Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Wall Township Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, December 14th, 2021. Please stand for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Smythe, can we have the sunshine statement and roll call, please?
Yes, this is the Wall Township Board of Education meeting for which adequate notice under the Open Public Meeting Act was provided by a notice to the Co-Star, Asbury Park Press, Township Clerk's Office, all Wall Township Public Schools, and a posting in the Board Administration Office on December 2nd, 2021. Take a roll call. Mr. Hall.
Here.
Ms. Hodnett.
Here.
Mr. Krupa.
Here.
Mr. Nasser.
Here.
Mr. Sanfilippo.
Here.
Ms. Stites.
Here.
Mr. Wondrak.
He will be joining us in executive session.
Mr. Adnesia.
Here. Thank you. At this time, could I have a motion to go into executive session for letters A, D, G, and H?
I move that.
Motion, Mr. Krupa. Could I have a second?
I'll second.
Second, Mrs. Hodnett. Any questions, discussions? Seeing none, all in favor?
All right.
Okay, thank you. We will be back at approximately 8 p.m. At this time, I'd like to reconvene the Wall Township Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, December 14th, 2021. Please stand for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And just please stand for three things this month. I ask everybody just to take a moment of silence. Today is the 9th anniversary of the tragedy at Sandy Hook Elementary School. 20 students lost their lives, 6 staff members. Many of the staff members defended the children that day. Also, there was a shooting since our last board meeting at Oxford High School in Michigan. 4 students unfortunately lost their lives. And also, please keep in mind all the people affected in the 8 states this past weekend from the terrible tornadoes that came through. So just please take a moment of silence. Thank you. Mr. Smythe, could we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Hall?
Here.
Ms. Hodnett?
Here.
Mr. Krupa?
Here.
Mr. Nasser?
Here.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Here.
Ms. Stites?
Here.
Mr. Wondrak?
Here.
Mr. Adnezio?
Here. Thank you. Okay. We are going to jump ahead to number 4 since we are getting a late start this evening. Our student representatives, Kyle Gerber and Allison Cartinelli. Good evening. Welcome. Sorry that it's a little bit of a later night for you.
Good evening, Mr. Adnezio, Superintendent Handerhand, and members of the Board of Education. Thank you so much for having us here again to represent our peers. During these holiday seasons, a lot of sweet treats have been going on at Wall High School. To start, the social club has been doing Candygram fundraisers to give back to the students and staff around Wall High School. These little candy sleds are made of chocolate candies and candy canes. As a reminder of how resilient Wall High School students and staff are, there are multiple new ideas to spread positivity in the works. One example is Cookies for Kindness, where all staff members receive cookie vouchers to present to students when they notice random acts of kindness. Administration is also acknowledging staff members with the same reward. Vouchers containing specific cookie pickup days so the weekly recipients can all enjoy the recognition together. Next, Project Snowflake is a student-based fundraiser to assist our Wall High School students in need while helping to foster a community of kindness. The Wall High School community is also always willing to assist students and families in need. When people donate to Project Snowflake, they are directly helping students at Wall High School. This year, donations are received through our fundraiser called Project Snowflake and will provide assistance for at least 90 students during the holiday season. Cover the cost of any students who cannot afford their junior prom or senior prom bids. Cover the cost of yearbooks for 12th grade students who are in need and assist students with clothing, winter coats, shoes, work clothes, etc., to name a few of the supportive ways for our school community. If you would like more information about how you can help, please visit the high school website page or contact Miss Danielle Lucas, Wall High School school psychologist.
One of the classes students are able to take is a class called TV production. Once you become a senior, you're able to take part in our school's morning show. Part of the show is creating entertaining and joyful openings. A group of girls decided to make an opening called Wall Smiles. They went around taking pictures with students of all grade levels and faculty. They decided to make a montage of it and to show that we can smile through our masks and show that smiles in Wall today. In athletics, the winter sports season has started. Boys basketball has their home opener this Friday at Pinelands. Then on Sunday, they play their first WOBM tournament game. Girls basketball has their first WOBM game on Saturday and open up their regular season against Ocean. Ice hockey has their second home game of the year, looking for another win. Wrestling has their first meet coming up next week, looking for an optimistic season. Indoor track's first meet will take place in the new year. Please visit the high school website athletic page and come out support our student athletes. Good luck to all teams. In closing, a shout out goes to the Wall High School Knights of the Week, Students of the Month, and Students of the Marking Period. Thank you for representing our school. As always, we would like to thank our teachers and administrators for caring about our school and our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any board members have any questions? No? Well, thank you. We certainly appreciate your report. Want to wish you happy holidays, and hopefully you get everything you wish for. And I'm sure you have to go home and do some homework.
Yes, lots. Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we are going to go to number 3 now, presentation on our ESL 3-year plan. Dr. Handerhan?
Thank you, Mr. Adonisio. I'm thrilled to welcome for another presentation Mr. Monafis, and he will be presenting our 3-year plan for the ESL program. So without any further ado, I'd like to turn the program over to Mr. Monafis.
Good evening, Wall Township Board, Wall Township community. My name is Estradios Monafis. I'm the supervisor of World Language, ESL, and Visual and Performing Arts. I'll be presenting our 3-year ELL plan tonight. So a couple of New Jersey Department of Education requirements are that any district with at least one English language learner in the district must submit a 3-year plan every 3 years. This year, we have a new online format to the submission of the plan as well for the years of 2021 to 2024. Our submission must be accompanied with the approval of the board meeting, which would be this one, and also the minutes that approve this meeting, which would be in January. Our submission date is for February 28th, 2022. The submission of the plan works almost like a questionnaire, so tonight I'll just be touching upon some highlights of our ELL program, rather than some general specifics. So I'll just be glossing over some highlights for you. Our district acquired an ESL supervisor, that's me, to oversee the program this past year. We have 461 teachers in our district, 4 of which are ESL certified. Our ESL curricula are aligned to the WIDA standards. And every year we administer access tests, which test our ELL students in the 4 domains of English, which are reading, writing, listening, and speaking. Our home language surveys are administered in English. That determines whether or not a student needs services for English language learning. Our programs that we offer at Wall Township are sheltered English instruction, which is from K to 8, and high intensity English, which compromises our 9 to 12. So that covers our K to 12 district. Our ELLs have access to all the enrichment and extracurricular programs that are offered to our general education students. We have an ESL Parent Advisory Committee, which meets 3 times a year. Approximately 2.2% of our student population are English language learners. Approximately 0.8% of our teachers are ESL certified. And approximately 8% of our teacher staff are sheltered English instruction trained. Some wonderful highlights are that all our former ELLs have graduated high school during the last 3 years. So those are students who were previously in the ELL program who graduated out of the program and then went on to graduate from high school. In the last year of our NJDOE state assessments, which was the 2018-2019 school year, our ELL populations met the targets in both ELA and in math. Based on our 2020 to 2021 access scores, we've identified that reading and writing are the areas that need improvement. These are the averages for the access scores based on grade band divided between kindergarten, 1st through 3rd, 4th through 5th, 6th through 8th, and 9th through 12. So an overall score of 4.5 is a flag which says that a student is eligible to exit the ELL program. And if you take a look at those scores, those are the ranges for the averages for those grade bands. 4.5 doesn't guarantee an exit. It just initiates a conversation about the student that's had with the ESL teachers, the general education teachers, case managers, etc., on whether or not that student should exit. Our students who are designated as English language learners usually remain in the program for about 3 to 4 years. And during the last 3 years, all students who exited have acclimated appropriately to their general education programs. And that's it. If there are any specific questions, you could always contact me via my email. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much.
Any board members have any questions? Seeing none, I will open it up to the public. Does anybody have a question on this presentation? All right, seeing none, we will close public comment. Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to our 2021 audit presentation. And, there you are. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Matt Holman. I'm a partner with the firm HFA.
Matt, I don't think it's on. Is the green light on?
Now it is.
There you go. Thank you.
All right, sorry. Inexperience with the mic up here. Anyway, good evening. My name is Matt Holman. I'm a partner with the firm HFA. We have been working with the district over the past 6 months, and we've been able to substantially complete the 2020-2021 school year financial audit. So I'm here to present that tonight and see if there's any questions on it. All right. As I mentioned, we're substantially through the audit, but I have to say it is a draft report that's being presented tonight. The state of New Jersey is once again, unfortunately, delayed in providing certain note disclosure information that is required to be in the finalized audit report. Now, this information is not going to materially change the presentation, but I do have to say it's a draft that's being presented, and unfortunately, we've not been given a date or a timeline as to when that information will be provided to us so that we can provide a finalized report. So with that being said, we've opted to present all of the other information at this point in time to the board. My feeling is that, I'd rather get the information out there timely and not have to wait until a date that hasn't even been given to us at this point in time. So once we do receive that information from the state, the report will be finalized and completed at that time. So with that being said, the most important piece of the audit that is presented on page 13 of the draft, you'll see that you're being presented with an unmodified opinion. This is the best opinion that can be rendered for a school district. There was no modifications that were necessary to the standard audit opinion. Okay. Also on that page, you can see that all of the financial statements referred to are presented fairly in all material respects. That's also going to be presented in that opinion. Okay, new for this year that you haven't seen in the past, there is an emphasis of matter paragraph that's included on page 14 of the audit report. This is particularly important. The district adopted a new accounting principle this year, and this is across the country. It's GASB number 84 that came into play, and it's related to your fiduciary activities. And I'm happy to say that we had no issues with the new presentation here. It was tested thoroughly through our audit testing, and the district has presented everything in compliance within this report. Okay, as far as the rest of the audit testing and results, we perform a risk-based approach. And I would like to thank the Finance Committee because they worked very closely with us this year. We were able to gather and have a pre-audit meeting to gather certain risk areas that the committee had felt were important areas to look at. And that went into our audit risk calculations that we use when performing our audit. We also performed a state and federal single audit on specific grant expenditures this year for the district. And I'm happy to note that the district has been able to provide us support for all of our items tested, and there are no comments and recommendations that need to be included in this draft of the financials. Also, it should be noted, the business office was a pleasure to work with. They were able to provide us with timely requests for all of the information that we asked them for, and that's why we're really able to to present at this meeting tonight, because we were able to get everything that was asked for in a timely manner. So we thank you for that. One of the highlights that I always like to go over at this point in time, if you look at the general fund that's presented on page 95, you'll see your C1 exhibit. Here, I like to show you where you ended the year as far as your general fund balance. The district has a fund balance at the end of the day of $16,007,707 presented on the C1 exhibit. Of that balance, there's a capital reserve that has been set aside for $5.8 million. You have a maintenance reserve for $1.7 million. There's an emergency reserve for $780,000. There's a reserve for unemployment of $280,000. There was encumbrances at year end of $2.7 million. And then there's been an amount designated for subsequent years' expenditures of $1.1 million. That leaves an unassigned fund balance for the district this year of $3.3 million. That 3.3 represents the maximum allowable unassigned fund balance for a school district, which is 4%, and only due to COVID. That number is generally 2% for this year. It has been increased to 4% by the state. So important to note in that the district has no excess surplus to report. So that is the maximum unassigned balance that was set there. New for this year, on page 104, you will see that the special revenue fund, as I talked about with the implementation of GASB number 84, now has a balance that it's never had in the prior years. Here, you will see a reserve set aside for your scholarships of $30,000, and your student activity fund has a balance of $226,000. Okay. And then, other than that, like I said, the district did very well in all of the testing that we applied to, the specific grant testing, the compliance testing from the state. Really, it equates to about 2 months worth of testing that we had put the business office through. And like I said, they did very well. This is our second year performing the audit. They've been a pleasure to work with, and I thank them very much for that. Any questions?
Yes. Mr. Chair? Go ahead.
Go.
Let me go. Thank you for being here tonight and explaining the report. And is this your first year with us?
This is our second year
on
the audit. Yeah.
Then I must have not noticed, but I sometimes have seen in the reports like summary or opinions, and I was looking for that prior to coming tonight to kind of get a gist of what you might make as recommendation tonight. Would that be what you were referring to as the independent auditor's report comments?
Yes. So where we're actually rendering our opinion on the school district is on that page 13 and 14 that I was referencing of the draft. There's also a single audit opinion, which is presented on.
Well, just as a suggestion, maybe, because we're not all on the financial and facilities committee, that we could jump to that if we were in advance of the meeting to look at that and have questions or comments. But thank you again for being here tonight, and thank you to the business office for making it so smooth, Brian. Thank you.
Ralph?
Yes, or I think Adams.
Yeah, I was just going to ask if you could go over real briefly. I know we did this in committee, but for the public, the major changes within GASB 84 and how it affects what we're seeing here.
Sure, absolutely. So the big changes that we're talking about there, and it's titled GASB number 84, fiduciary activities. And really what used to be called trust funds, if you will, they are now presented within your major governmental funds. So what we used to know as let me flip to this page real quick. there's three really big changes that you'll notice in this. When I read on the C1, now part of your general fund balance that used to be its own separate trust fund in a prior year, you will see the reserve for unemployment. In addition to that, the other two scholarships and student activities used to sit alone in a trust fund presentation in the prior year. They're now included within your special revenue fund. The general fund and the special revenue fund being major funds of the school district, along with your capital projects and debt service funds.
And that was based on the state of New Jersey mandating that we have to do it that way.
It's actually not the state of New Jersey, it's the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, which is nationwide. So the state of New Jersey does then piggyback off of that rule. So federal coming down to the state level, down to the local level.
Can you go over the focus areas that you focused on this year?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every audit's a little bit different. Like I said, we use a risk-based approach. So really, what does that mean? It means we have a limited resources. We would love to sit here and look at every transaction that this school district had, but we do not have the time, nor does the district have the resources to provide that. So how do we deal with that? We pinpoint the riskier areas that we select through interviews with staff. Talking to the board is the finance committee is a big place for that. Just being aware of the operations of the school district in totality and other school districts that we perform audits in where we're seeing risks and problem areas come back. So when we do that, we break it down into different sectors. So just one of the areas could be new personnel, for example. So when new personnel comes into the district, in this case, there was a new payroll staff, so we looked particularly close at the payroll transactions this year. We spent a good amount of time on that. Now, that's in addition to our normal testing. We test every material item that's presented in these financial statements, and you can see this is a 200-plus page report, so there is a large amount of other testing that does happen. Like I said, I mean, we're talking about 2 months worth of testing here, but just to answer that specific question, that was one of the new areas that we looked at this year because of a change in personnel in this case.
Ralph?
Yes, Mr. Hall.
Yeah, can you just go over again, just so the public understands, about this is a draft report that we wanted to get out timely because this is what we normally do it, but things that are outside our control, the things from the state are requiring us to not fulfill the final report until we get certain things from them, which they haven't given us a date yet. So I guess what I'm asking is when that does happen, January, February, March, whenever that final comes, will you be able to come back and at that point give basically a summation of what you've done now, but if there is anything that changes, and again, based on what you've said, you don't anticipate any, because of the changes that could affect would be minor in nature, but still, I think everybody would feel better if you would come back when it was officially final and just to confirm that again and that and do what you're doing now, and maybe even doesn't even have to be as long as you're doing now, just to kind of reconfirm that nothing material will change from December 14th to whenever that date in the future is, when you're able to actually put a stamp on it and say we certify this.
Absolutely, and I do recommend that in this case. You know, I do not feel that it affects the reader of the financial statement at this point in time, but what I'm talking about specifically is there are no disclosures related to your OPEB, which is other post-employment benefits that has to be accrued at the state level and passed down to the local level. Also, your pension disclosures need to be accrued at the state level and passed down to the local school districts. They apply a percentage to each school district, and it gets allocated across the board. So it affects every school district. It's not unique to Wall in this scenario, but like I said, this is now, we're going on about the 5th or 6th year where the state has delayed the completion of the reports that we need. So the timely product that we were once able to provide, where we were presenting in November, December, is no longer really an option. So we have to get creative as far as how we're presenting this information to you, because I'm scared by the time that it comes out, this information is already going to be stale, and what I'm presenting is not going to materially change to the point where, you know, it would be useful at that point. So.
Just one final question. Our current deadlines so far for submission to the state, are they still 1/5 and 2/5 tentatively?
There's no official pushback of that date yet, but there also doesn't appear to be any sign on the horizon that this information is going to be released. As I had mentioned, the Finance Committee, in fact, the engagements where we do audits for 12/31/20 year ends, the information has not yet been provided for those engagements yet. So that's what makes me feel that, you know, we're looking at least a 2, 3, 4 month waiting timetable for us to get that information.
Any other questions from board members? Seeing none, we will open up for public comment on this presentation. Please come up to the microphone.
Betsy Cross, I live in Wall Township. Is it possible that I could have a copy of that? I only printed off certain pages. I didn't want to print off 200 pages, but it would be good if you had a copy people could look at.
We do not have a copy this evening.
He's got a copy right in his hand. Could
But
I just have that
that's
1
his
second?
copy.
Why, do you have special notes on it?
I do have notes on it.
You do? Anybody have a copy? The board have a copy of it?
Just online.
I know. Okay. What would be helpful is if you put your presentation online, that people could read it, because you have the exhibit sideways. And when I look at a lot of the top 10, top 20 schools, they don't have their presentation sideways. It makes it very difficult for the reader. So Joe, I don't know how you could read it, because when I'm trying to look at C1, it's very difficult. It's sideways. Okay. I'm always shocked when I have the auditor come up here and tell me he didn't find anything, but that's the way it is when we keep hiring the same people over and over again. So I know you work with Mr. Allison, and Mr. Allison also handles Wall Municipal, but we need to do like random samples of items. One big item I have a big problem with, you should sample contracts, because right now Brian Smythe has an illegal contract online. It's
Okay,
been
Ms.
brought
Cross,
up.
that's got nothing to do with the audit.
No, it does.
No, it does
Because he
not.
should do random samples of different items, and contracts would be one of them, because you have an illegal contract
All right, Ms.
online
Cross, there
that
is
the
no
board did
illegal
not approve.
contract,
There
and
is.
It's
And I'd
comments
like,
on the audit.
I would like Mr. Holman to look into that and get back to me, because it's illegal, and that's what James Haber went to prison for.
Okay, Ms. Cross, there is nothing illegal, once again, and it's
It
comments
is.
about the audit.
It wasn't board approved, and the public never saw it before you voted on it. I
That's
did meet with
that's
Lester
incorrect.
Richards on that.
That's incorrect.
It's wrong. Tell me the date you approved it in public. Do you have a date, Mr. Adonisio?
This is comments on the
Do
audit.
you have a
Ms.
date?
Cross. Comments on the audit.
I'm guessing that means no. There's no date you
All
approved
right, Ms.
it.
Cross, we're not going to go back and forth. Do you have
Okay.
comments on the audit, or your time is up?
Okay. I notice, what I always notice is that Mr. Smythe under budgets revenue. When he's getting revenue in from sources, he under budgets, and then he over budgets everything else. One big item I notice is the attorney fees. So the attorney fees were budgeted around 125. They came in at like 250. Is that normal that, you know, you're seeing attorneys charging what they're charging and Wall getting into so much trouble? This is disturbing to me, because I think the attorney bills are even higher. Could you tell me how much interest Wall Township made this year in the bank? Because I know for years, Mr. Smythe was getting zero interest. We were paying enormous bank fees. I didn't get to print that page off. That's what I wanted to look at. Could you look at your exhibit
This
and
is
let
not
me
question
know?
and answer, Ms. Cross. This
We
is
have the
comment.
auditor here. These are questions you should have been asking him. Joe Hall, how much did we make in interest this year? Because I
Ms.
know.
Cross, this is
Betsy,
not
we've
question and
talked
answer.
about this so many times, and you're embarrassing yourself when
I'm
you
not
say this.
embarrassing
You are,
myself.
because we've gone through this 100
Joe,
times.
I'm guessing you
We're
don't
go-
know how much interest we made,
we've gone
and we
through this
made
100 times.
zero interest.
You've gone
with
through this 100
20
times, and when
Joe,
you're done
this
speaking, I'll
is-
explain it to the public one more time.
Good.
So
I
that they
hope
can,
you
they
do.
can understand. Because
can-
you standing and saying
Look,
things
you're
doesn't make it true,
wasting my
Betsy.
time. I want my 10 seconds back.
Take your 10
Yes.
seconds, Betsy. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would like you to look up, I'll look it up when I'm sitting here, how much interest we made. Because no, you're wrong, Joe. We had $20 million, $15 million in the bank, zero interest. Zero. A child knows.
Ms. Cross.
You have money in the bank, make interest. I see one big item where it's way off. I also notice, I don't know what happened with food service. I know, because the schools were shut down, but we're negative $1 million. Where does that negative $1 million, what happens with that? Could you go over that tonight? I'd appreciate it. I know our cost per pupil went way up, and we're way down in student count. 2012, we had 3,900 students. We have 3,100 now. People are leaving by the day. We're now spending $21,689 per student. We have a ratio of 1 teacher to every 7 students. When I look at Ridgewood, all these great school systems, they're like 1 in 14. This is outrageous. We cannot keep dropping 772 students but have 11 less staff. Not with the scores we're getting. If we were in the top 10, I would consider it. Not in the scores you're getting here. I noticed judgments against the school district. You budgeted 50, you took it out, and you had 0.
Thank you, Ms.
Susan
Cross. Your
Parsons,
time is up.
no, I have 2:03. I'm looking
No,
at
Ms.
the
Cross.
clock.
Mr. Smite started it late.
No,
I
I'm
started
looking
on
at the clock.
time.
I have 2 minutes.
You have 5 minutes and 11 seconds.
Susan
Thank you. Your time is up,
Parsons'
Ms. Cross.
lawsuit
Ms.
was
Cross, your
not
time
0.
is up. Thank you.
So I would like
You
you
are
to
at
answer
5 minutes and 11 seconds. Your
where
time is up.
that
Thank you.
money.
Is there anybody else for public comment on this presentation? Please come up.
Mr. President,
Yes,
just point of clarity, how long have we been using this auditing company?
this is the second year.
And before that, we used a different one?
Yes, for
Okay.
many years.
Thank you.
I don't recall the number of years, but it's many years. Good evening. Just your name for the record?
First or last?
Both.
Talk in the microphone, Joe.
My name is Joseph DeLuca. My name is Joseph DeLuca. Well, the system,
Shut off the microphone, Ralph. Why don't you turn it on?
Ms. Cross, I don't control the microphone, and please stop yelling out, and please put your mask up. You're the only one in the audience not following the rules.
well, first I want to say is, do we have any money in the budget to take our flag and put it on a flagpole? That's a disgrace, okay? Every school I was in, a flag was on a flagpole. It's amazing to me that when you argue, Ms. Cross, we can hear you on Broad and Market Street in Newark, okay? And then you wonder why we have incidents in the town. You are all adults up here. You're acting like children. Mr. Adonisio, the biggest child I ever saw, okay? I'm American, Italian descent, just like you. We do have relatives in common, okay? And
Excuse me, Mr. DeLuca?
what?
That's me. This public comment is specific to the audit.
Okay. I asked, do we have any money in the budget?
Just so it's clear that the financial statements are the district's financial statements. I'm just performing an audit of those financial statements. So the questions would have to be related to the audit of the financial statements.
Okay. I say you have student activity, 270,000. So I think the student activity, I wish the students were still here, to buy flagpoles to hang the flag of the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, you didn't start the clock, and I still have 5 minutes.
Is there anybody else for public comment on the audit? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment.
Ralph?
Yes.
Yeah, can I take 5 minutes and
Set the
speak?
record straight?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, Ms. Cross comes here every month, and there was a time back in the day when I was not on the board that I admired Ms. Cross. I thought she brought things to the district's attention that needed to be brought to their attention, and And I told her that, and that was one of the reasons why actually I started to get in the board myself. Once I got onto the board, I realized that a lot of the things Ms. Cross says just are patently false. And now I know she just left the room and she doesn't want to hear this. She brought up an incident 2 years ago when I first got on the board. And I had a conversation with her and I assured her that I would look into it. And it was about the interest that we get on our money at the bank. And at the time, that concerned me as well. If we have $20 million in the bank, why aren't we getting interest on that? Okay, so she portrays it as something like we just cavalierly don't care about, and well, patently false. So in doing the research, I realized, okay, the issue was we were getting interest on our deposit. The issue was that the bank that we were dealing with was charging us fees for, like a bank would charge anybody fees for different things. Now, you could argue that that was bad, that why are we dealing with a bank that is charging us all these fees? Which was a great question, which is what I asked. So on any given month, we may make $2,000 or $3,000 worth of interest, but between all the checks that were cashed and the different fees that the bank charged, they may charge us $4,000. So the interest that we got of $3,000 went to offset what we owed the bank in fees of $4,000. So we would have to write them a check for $1,000. And so, and again, in the simplest form, the interest was just not on a line item that said, hey, we made $3,000. It looked like we didn't make any money because it was offset by our fees that we had to pay. Once that became apparent, I was on the Finance and Facilities Committee, and we said we need to look at different banks, which is what we did. And we went to Provident, which is where we're at now, and Provident doesn't charge us fees, so the interest that we get is interest that we get and get to keep. It's not offset by different fees that the bank charges us. So again, in Mrs. Cross's world, back then, we didn't get interest because she didn't see it on a line, when really we got it, and then basically we were netting out with the bank because we owed the bank money for bank fees. So it really is just something that has got a kernel of truth that she runs with and doesn't understand. When we explain it to her in a rational form, she just keeps coming back and saying the same things all the time. And it just gets frustrating. And to Mr. DeLuca's point of us raising our voice, it's because how would you like it to be up here every month and explain something to somebody and then have that person basically just tell you you're flat out lying? All right, I mean, I thought I had a good reputation in this town. I'm not a bad guy. I'm not out here lying to you people. And I don't know why we're portrayed as that. And that's what's frustrating to me, is that Ms. Cross knows that, and she's just, it's a wedge issue for her. She likes to get up here and talk about it. So that's what she does.
Please,
And,
Ms. Cross, please do not yell out. Ms. Cross, please do not yell out and put your mask on.
So again, I explained it very well, and how more I can explain it. Should we have been paying fees? Probably not. We should not have been paying the fees, and that was a mistake. And we recognize that, and we changed banks to make sure that we didn't have to pay bank fees. But we were, and that's just the reality. No, she was not right. We got interest.
Mr. President.
But if you make $3,000 and owe $4,000 in bank fees, but the interest is interest.
Please don't yell out from the audience.
Right.
This is a business meeting. No, you don't have to yell out.
No, you don't have to yell out.
You'll have an opportunity at the end of the meeting for public comment, and you can say what you want to say now.
I just needed to, again, you guys can argue or disagree with our point of view that when you get interest and then you have to write a check back and they say, well, don't send us the whole thing. We'll just keep the $3,000 interest that you made and just send us the difference. That's
Ms. Cross. Please don't yell out. That's not how an adult meeting works.
Ms. Cross, if you don't understand the basic math, I can't do any. Well, you don't, because you keep arguing with something that's clear as day. We were getting interest.
All right, Ms. Cross, this is your last warning, and please put your mask up. All right. We closed public comment for that, correct? Yes. Mr. Holman, did you want to add anything?
The only thing that I could add, we absolutely random sample. I mean, that's one of the points that was being made, and that's clearly how we perform our testing.
And the food service being in the negative, $1 million?
I'd have to specifically get more reference as to what exactly that is in reference to. If there's a question on that, I can get back to you on it at some point in
So I
time.
think the question is the net position being $1 million, or there's a reference on the net position in the historical pages. With regard to the food service, there was the program that was put out through Child Nutrition that meals provided, breakfast and lunch meals provided to students were at no cost to students, and that the district would be reimbursed for the meals that are provided. That was how the district maintained our food service program all of last year, which is what this audit is for. And the food service, which is a separate independent enterprise account, it's not funded through the general fund, it's not funded by taxpayer dollars through tax collection. It's a self-funded program, either through student parent pay or as subsidized through the child nutrition program, and that's where the revenue was generated through that program. The program was profitable for the 2021 school year.
Yeah, and I see, Brian, now in here, so then the operating income is shown at a $1 million loss, but right below that, you'll see the non-operating revenue of 1.2 million has to be added to that number, which would give you a positive of $113,000 for the year. Just
So to be clear, food service is not $1 million in the hole.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
B6, if you could answer that.
Please do not yell out, Ms. Cross.
We just did.
Well, B5 is the exhibit you should look at. Page 44. B6 is a cash flow statement.
All right, Ms. Cross, this is not question and answer. You've been warned once. Next time, you're going to be asked to leave.
And I think from a practical standpoint, why it would be viewed that way is because the operating expenses of the food service program are real expenses. However, there was no revenue brought in through the sale of food as part of the program. So in that sense, if you were going to compare sales to the actual expenses, you could view that as a loss. However, the reimbursements received through the child nutrition program offset the expenses of the program, and on a net, the all-inclusive revenues exceeded our expenses by $113,000, and I would qualify that to say there's depreciation that's thrown in there and some other factors that I would defer to the auditor, but from a practical standpoint, the food service program was profitable at year-end. Also, to make reference with regard to over-budgeting revenues on an annual basis, in this budget, we budgeted revenues as we do each year. We budget our tax increase based on our board resolution, not exceeding our allowable 2%. We budget revenue as tuition students coming into the district, regular ed, special ed, also other miscellaneous income such as building rents, et cetera, facility rental fees. We also budget for this fiscal year, the 2021 school year, we actually lost $325,000 with regard to revenues, meaning that our budgeted revenues exceeded our actual revenues by over $300,000. And that was as a result of the year everyone experienced last year. With regard to interest earned in this year, it was approximately $115,000.
Opposed to zero.
Thank you, Mr. Smythe. Any other board members, any questions? Seeing none. Mr. Holman, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Have a
Happy
great night.
holidays. All right. Move on. President's report. Our students of the month for October, 9th grade, Caitlin Stites. Congratulations. 10th grade, Vincent Manzo. 11th grade, Jake Bernetsky. And 12th grade, Kelly Chen. Knights of the Week for grade 12, Andrew Fisher. Grade 12, Justin Donahue. Grade 12, Kyle Gerber. And 9th grade, Leah Yates. Congratulations to all those students for their hard work. I also would like to mention, I I'd like to thank, tonight's the last meeting for Mr. Krupa. I personally like to thank him for his friendship, his insight, his passion and dedication to the Wall Township Public Schools. It's been a pleasure serving with you, and you truly will be missed. Thank you. And on a very sad note, I'd like to recognize a longtime staff member here in the district, Mr. Walter Tracy. He was a shop teacher in the intermediate school for 31 years. I had him as a teacher, Mr. Hall had him as a teacher, and Suzanne Filippo also had him as a teacher. We were talking about before the board meeting how all three of us still have our napkin holders we made and also bookshelves after all this time. He was a fantastic teacher, just a kind, caring guy that went out of his way to make even people that had, all thumbs as fingers succeed in his class. I'm sorry, he taught in the intermediate school for 32 years. He developed the first robotics program. He coached the boys soccer and girls softball. After he retired from Wall, he taught for an additional 19 years at Rumson Country Day School, where he taught woodshop, including robotics, advanced carpentry, and boat building. So he spent over 50, or about 30, 40, 50, almost 50, over 50 years in education. So our deepest sympathies go out to his family, and he will surely be missed. Okay, with that, Dr. Handerhand, good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Adenizio. I would very much like to thank our student representatives, Kyle Gerber and Allison Cartinella, for reporting out this evening. I would also like to thank District Supervisor, Mr. Monafis, for sharing the 3-year plan for ELL services, and to Mr. Holman for his financial presentation this evening. As I am sure many of you, if not all of you, will recall, at last month's Board of Education meeting, the focus of much of public comment was related to harassment, intimidation, bullying, and hazing. I would like to share that following the meeting, some discussed items were shared with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, and other claims are being actively followed up upon. With respect to the active hazing investigation, I am reporting that the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office investigation and the institutional abuse investigation remains open. As such, I cannot provide a material update on either investigation. I would, however, like to address the continued media attention. The media is well aware that the Board of Education is legally precluded from discussing student matters and legal matters in public. I believe I must stress this because in recent articles, the district's inability to disclose confidential information may be interpreted by some as some type of nefarious conduct. The board, school employees, including administrators and me, are not in a position to discuss anyone's child in public. I ask that everyone, including the media, remember that the matter at hand involves children. Recurring negative headlines and social media posts are not helpful and are concerning. To help the Wall Township Public Schools community, the district has secured the support and expertise of the Mental Health Association of Monmouth County and the Society for the Prevention of Teen Suicide. In addition, a nationally recognized mental health professional specializing in the effects of trauma on schools is consulting with us. The mental health of our young people is of the utmost priority, and I ask this community and the media to recognize this. Be advised that resources are available on the district's website, and if you have any concerns regarding any student's well-being, please reach out to the respective schools. Last week, it was necessary to follow the recommendation of our local health department and pivot Wall Intermediate School to remote instruction for 3 days. The intermediate school returned back to in-person instruction this past Monday. As indicated in my letter, the pivot to remote instruction was due to a considerable increase in the number of COVID cases. As a result, it was necessary to implement the NJDOE-approved remote plan for these 3 days. The approved remote plan includes logistics for meal distribution and internet connectivity for all, as well as the delivery of 4 hours of instruction. The 4-hour instructional day was an outgrowth of the 2020-2021 remote plan for school closure, where district teachers, general and special education, administrators, and parents contributed to the development of the plan. I would also like to mention that leading up to the WISC closure and during the WISC closure, many students needed to be quarantined, and many are quarantined throughout the district. Up until recently, the school district has been quarantining students for 7 days and required a negative test with no symptoms to return. Unfortunately, we have learned that students have returned to school after this 7-day quarantine and have tested positive shortly after. COVID cases are on the rise statewide, especially in Wall Township. Between the days prior to Thanksgiving and last week, percent positivity in Wall Township has nearly doubled. Of these cases, there has been a proportional increase in the number of 5 through 17-year-olds testing positive for COVID-19. Because of this hyper-local data, our local health department and our school physician advised the district to re-implement the 14-day quarantine. The health data is continually reviewed, and length of quarantine may be adjusted when the transmission data improves. I certainly do not want to keep students in quarantine longer than is necessary, but this is a major public health crisis. That said, I would like to reiterate that many students have been on quarantine throughout the district. Please do not send your children to school if they are ill or are presenting symptoms. Contract tracing requires an incredible amount of time on the part of school nurses, administration, and other staff. Contact tracing is a tool used to keep our community members safe and to curtail transmission. I will be sending a letter to families addressing quarantines shortly. You may have noticed that last week the district announced its Educators of the Year for 2022. I look forward to publicly recognizing them at next month's business meeting. I would also like to express my gratitude and best wishes to our Director of Special Services, Ms. Carol Duffy, as she transitions to her retirement at the end of this month. Thank you, Ms. Duffy, for your service. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome our new Director of Special Services, Ms. Kelly Bond. Ms. Bond joins the district when we return from winter break in January. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Andy Krupa for his service to the Wall Township Public Schools Board of Education. His commitment to the children and greater community of Wall Township is exemplary. I am proud to share that every decision he made as a board member was rooted in the students' best interest, best practice, and the well-being of the school community. His passion for social emotional learning is present in all that he does. I would also like to commend his efforts on instilling reflective practice into local Board of Education service. He is the embodiment of what it is meant to be a lifelong learner. I am so very grateful for his service, and I will miss him very much. The holidays are upon us, and I would like to wish each and every member of the Wall Township Public Schools community a happy and healthy holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Handerhan. Board of Education updates, Mr. Krupa.
Yes, I just want to thank you both for your kind words, and it's been my pleasure to work with all of you as well. With regards to the Board of Education update, the one thing that I mentioned earlier to you, Ralph, and it's been put forth to the rest of the board, is the self-evaluation of the board, which for obvious reasons we put off. And I'm hoping that you can take that report and make use of it in the new year with the new Board of Education members joining the already seated members, and use that to continue the good work that you're doing. I do want to acknowledge the statements that you made, or actually question some things that Dr. Handerhan mentioned, because I think it's important that people know we do receive your emails and look at them, and often have similar questions ourselves with regards to the repetitive and informative models that are being presented from a couple other school districts. I'm sure, Dr. Handerhan, you've seen those emails, and that you'll be looking at those to give some feedback on that in the future. We just got them this week. The other thing that was mentioned, which is a legal matter and is an open investigation, but I'm going to use my 2 cents here to say that the idea that anybody would sweep such a thing under the rug is ridiculous. We are parents, we are citizens, we are community members. We want what's best for our children, and we will continue the fight in terms of seeing that come to conclusion in its good time, and that is not something that we can rush, because we want to get it right. So that's my sort of Board of Education report and editorial, if you will. I know I'll get an opportunity one more time.
Yep.
So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krupa. All right, moving along, committee reports were posted. Does anybody have any questions on anything? Comments? No? Seeing none, okay. We will move on to public comment on agenda action items only. Please come up to the microphone.
Joseph DeLuca. Now you said agenda only?
The agenda items, yes.
Okay. Number one, a bank has overnight investments, but how long did it take you to find that?
That's not on the agenda to be voted on. It's things we're going to be voting on this evening. This is time for public comment on that.
Mr.
This is the
President,
public
would you
comment
be able to
just for-
give clarification to what that means?
Yes, so this public comment portion of the meeting is for items we're going to be voting on. The last public comment is on anything in regards to the school district. So if you have comments in regards to interest, banks, that's where you would put those questions or comments.
Do we have enough money to maintain our schools?
That's not
the
something we're
budget.
doing.
How much do we budget for maintenance?
We're not voting on that this evening. This is items on the agenda we're voting on.
Well, I come to the meeting here, I have nothing in writing. When I go to the Township Committee, they print out something for us to look at. I didn't know I had to print it at home.
You
Okay.
can also access it online.
I know. What? But anyway, we spend over $100 million a year in Wall Township on education. I don't even get a piece of paper that I can look at. It's unbelievable. But I have we have public comment on anything coming up.
Yes.
Okay, but if I had something I could read, I could make a comment on what you're voting on.
Betsy Cross. I'm just looking at the attorney bills. On 10/22, it says review and receipt of correspondence from Dr. Handerhand. She spent less than a half hour. It says grievance safe schools course. I put it in Oprah on November 18th, and I've been getting the runaround for a month now from Brian Smythe. I want to know if the football coaches went to a safe schools course, and you were discussing it back in October, and we didn't know about anything until November 5th when the students
Ms.
didn't
Cross,
show
that
up for a
is
football
not something
game.
we're voting on this evening.
Sure it is. You're voting to pay the attorney $38.75 for their advice on that. It's peanuts. You're voting to pay these attorney bills. I notice in October, we have tons of HIBs we're talking to the attorney about. Lots of, on the class action suits, OCR complaints. Rose Sergio was on the phone for hours and hours with Tom Rideau. I see on October 27th, they are on, it cost $116.25. HIB letters, OCR complaint. Then I see on 10/28, Ralph Adonisio, a Facebook posting, and I'm wondering if that's regarding my son, and I bet it is. So I'm trying to find that one out too. October 7th, athletic trainer, supervisor grievance, $279. We got lots of dockets on here. We got lawsuits all over the place. We got subpoenas, October 14th subpoena, 10/15 subpoena, 10/18 subpoena. So I don't know what you're doing up there, but if you don't think that you're trying to sweep this under the rug, you're crazy, because you did the same thing for the last issue with the Central School trailers. You covered everything up. You demoed them during an open criminal
All right, Ms. Cross,
investigation.
we're not voting on that this evening.
You're voting on these attorney bills. We're getting very bad legal advice. I don't think we will ever see Mr. McKeever here again. We have Athena Carell here tonight.
Ms. Cross, do you have comments on things we're voting on, not these wild accusations?
Let's see. How many people did you interview for the athletic director? I know you're hiring Nick. He was hired after the Sayreville scandal. How many people did you interview before you decided to hire him? I'd like to know. I'd like to know his qualifications. I found out that we are paying all 4 staff that's out. They're on paid leave, plus we're paying another $55,000 for an interim athletic director. And so maybe the interest we're now making, Joe, can pay for all of this instead of getting zero.
All right, Ms.
That's
Cross.
the point. On the suspension list, we now have 7 people suspended for hazing and conduct unbecoming of a student on 10/11/10, 11/11, 11/12, 2 on 11/12, 11/19,
Not an action
11/22,
item.
11/24.
Excuse me, it's not an action item. Thank you,
It's on the suspension list.
thank you. Not an action item. Is there anything else?
Yeah, paying your bills. I think the attorney should be fired. We're getting very bad legal advice.
All right, Ms. Cross, we're not voting on that this evening.
You were in the back for 3 hours. You should have been talking about it. Could you tell me we're paying $40,000 to drive 2 people to Asbury School System? Could you tell me what that's about? Adam Nasser, you put about 10 posts online today. We still don't know. You said you'd be talking about it tonight.
Ms. Cross,
So before everybody votes tonight,
you're not
I'd
directing
like to
questions
know.
towards the board. This is
I'd like
comments
to know
on action
why we
items only.
are spending $40,000. I know we have a lot of issues with a check signing by Nick Prezzulo. He's just starting here. I don't think he should be signing checks, okay? Absolutely not. So that's on here. He's as a check signer. We have lots of new policies that I hope you're going to go over to do with virtual school homelessness. It says by December 31st, education of homeless children. Just wondering how many homeless children we now have in Wall. F&F minutes never have attachments. We need to get attachments on them. We have no idea what you're doing. I see you're hiring a PR firm for the referendum. You're saying it's for public relations. I think it's for the referendum.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Your time is up.
Thank you.
What's that? Okay, Mr. President,
Yes.
I'd just like to put on record that I also had that same question regarding the jointure. So we'll answer it at the end.
Okay.
Good
Good
evening. Hi, my name is Melinda Papagni. I'm a resident of Wall Township, and I'm the proud mother of a 7th grader.
I'm sorry. Could you just pull the microphone a little closer, or
Sure.
or-
Is that better?
yeah, or
Yes.
you can pull your mask down if you're talking.
Okay. Hi, my name is Melinda Papagni. I'm a Wall resident and a proud mom of 7th grader. My comments are regarding Agenda Item E, the contract to LBC Laura Bishop Communications that Betsy just mentioned, actually. So first, I'd like to thank those that have been working over the last few days and weeks to create a forum where some of our parents can get questions answered. To those who are doing their level best to answer those questions, we really do appreciate it. So I was interested to learn about this contract because I believe that communication is a crucial area of improvement for our district. And I don't think that many people in this audience would disagree. However, I am concerned. I really do hope the purpose is about creating a communication strategy and a structure that we can really execute to make sure that our parents, students, teachers, the community at large are well informed, and that we have consistent messaging, and that we're all singing from the same sheet of music. I think it's a really big need. I hope that is the focus of this. I think it would be really helpful if we engage stakeholders from the community to participate in that activity, much like the mental health counseling that Dr. Handerhan talked about. I think that firm has really shot into action and is engaging many stakeholders, and I think it's a really good model. I do think it would be helpful if you include your statement of work for contracts such as this when you post the agenda, so then we can read them and see what is really the body of work that we expect this firm to be doing. And then, it just will dissipate some of the questions and the speculation about what they're doing. And then to further, again, address just the innuendo and speculation that comes about when we're going out to hire contractors or vendors for anything. I think maybe you do have a structured RFP process. I don't know. I'm sorry if you do, and I'm just not aware of it. But I think that making sure that those bids go out for, community to respond to a structured RFP, then people will know ahead of time what are we engaging people to do. So thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you. Is there anybody else for public comment on action items? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Mr. Smythe, could you talk to the RFP process and what we do? I know we've talked about this in the past, and it's been quite a while. So just so people understand that it's the process we go through.
Yes, depending on what vendor we are selecting, we either select vendors by going out to bid, using a cooperative, using state contract, or if it's for a professional or extraordinary service, such as our attorney services, auditor, our insurance broker for medical benefits, or for property and casualty, we'll do a RFP process where we advertise in the paper. We develop plans, or I apologize, specifications, an RFP specification that we put out to any vendor who is interested in submitting a proposal to the district. Those proposals are received, they're reviewed by a committee of the Board of Education, namely the Finance and Facility Committee. There's a matrix that is developed for scoring the responses. There are interviews that are conducted depending on the number of applicants and a determination made by the committee, how many of the responses would warrant an interview. And then at that point, there's a recommendation from the committee that's made to the Board of Education. This service did not follow that formal process only because it wasn't as simple to approach it as the services that are required from an attorney, from the insurance broker or the auditor. They're pretty cut and dry. We can bullet those and put them out there. This was a little bit more fluid. There was an interview conducted by the Finance Facility Committee of this firm. They were recommended by consultants that we use for other services in the district, namely the architect, namely our financial advisor. The firm was initially contacted with regard to a potential referendum in the future. However, there was discussion amongst the board, amongst the committee, to bring them on board at this point in time to help develop a communication plan for the district and to assist the district in that process.
Thank you, Mr. Slang.
Want me to address any other public comment?
Would you like to?
Sure. With regard to the check signer, anyone who's going to be a check signer for the district has to be approved by the Board of Education until such time as they do not sign checks. And if we have someone who's going to be serving in a position for an extended period of time where they're responsible for funds, they will be one of the signers on the account. This happens to be the athletic account. It's an athletic director position for a period of 6 months, and they will be responsible for issuing checks related to that department, and therefore that individual would be named as one of 2 signers for the district, and that's why it's on the agenda. And then lastly, with regard to a jointure and why we're paying $40,000 to transport students, we are not. It's a jointure with another school district. For students that have been placed in Wall, they attend another school district. We provide the services. We're required to provide the transportation or to make arrangements for the transportation. The resident district is responsible for paying the cost of those services, or in this case, the transportation. So therefore, we will arrange for or provide the services and being reimbursed for those costs. So this is a jointure with a neighboring school district. So it is not, in fact, an expense.
It's a revenue.
It's a revenue, but we also are incurring the expense to transport. But it's a requirement of the placements of 2 students where we're required to transport and the resident district is responsible for the cost. So it's a jointure with the Asbury Park Board of Education where they will be incurring the costs and reimbursing the district for the transportation that we provide.
Thank you.
Is that like a shared service?
It's almost like a shared service, but it's a jointure. It's an agreement with them that we'll arrange the transportation or we'll provide the transportation that they're going to pay for. So.
Mr. Nestor, did you want to comment now, or did you want to wait?
I would like to comment on the report. Is a good suggestion to start adding some attachments to it. The one thing I did want to note, and this is kind of related to the auditor, and I didn't get to say it when he was here. One thing, and Brian's gonna, I'm challenging Brian with this. The Finance and Facilities Committee has looked for the past couple of years at bringing in a third party to certify our program so that we're not just sitting up here telling you things are running well. We have a third party that is actually reviewing, besides our auditor, nationally recognized standards committee. So that's something that we discussed in our Finance Facilities Committee and something that we have as a goal for next year, at least within our own, that area of our expertise. So we hear what is being said. We understand that communication, trust are things that we want to work hard on and do better. And how we do that is sometimes getting help to do that. So between having a consultant come in and help us with public relations, or having somebody come in, an expert that is going to examine the structure and makeup of our financial operations, I think is a good thing. It's a challenge. It's a feather in our cap when we walk away at the end of the day, and I look forward to trying to get some continuous improvement into all the things that we do. So that's it. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you. Okay. Number 10, could I have a motion to approve the executive session minutes of November 16th and the regular business meeting of November 16th? Motion by Mr. Wondrak. Could I have a second? Second, Ms. Stites. Any discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Hodnett?
Yes.
Mr. Krupa?
Yes.
Mr. Nasser?
Yes.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Yes.
Ms. Stites?
Yes.
Mr. Wondrak? Mr. Adenizio?
Yes. All right, I'm going to ask for a motion on the first reading of policy 1648.3, or I'm sorry, .13, policy 2425. We're policy 6115.01, 6115.02, 6115.03, 6311, 8420, regulation 8420.1, 8540, 8550, and 8600. Could I have a motion on that?
I'll make that motion.
Motion, Mr. Hall. Could I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Krupa. Any questions, comments? Okay. This time we will open it up for a public hearing on any of these policies.
Are these just the second reading ones?
This is first reading.
Oh, these are the first reading ones? Student transportation revised. I know you revised a bunch of these. All right. Are we going to do a different one for the second reading ones?
Next month. Yes, after this is second for policies that come up for second reading.
Okay. First reading, student transportation revised, and then emergency virtual or remote instruction program. Can you just go over what you changed on that? And the school employee vaccination requirements, and you remove physical education. I just really looked at those quickly, but if you could go over each of those, I think everybody would appreciate it.
Those minutes have been posted on the website.
Mr. President, I
Yes.
could provide a point of clarity. For the policies that you're asking about, when we have revisions, they are recommended by Strauss-Esme, and we review them by looking at our existing policy, if it's there, the recommendations that Strauss-Esme makes, and then sometimes it's as simple as a language. They've decided to change the way we label an educator, an administrator, and sometimes it's more complicated. So for example, the
Go
school
over the
employee-
school employee vaccination
I
requirements.
was just getting to it. You asked,
Perfect.
right? So, for example, this one in particular, this is brand new because it didn't exist before COVID. So it had to be created into a policy, which it was, and then we had to review it and put it into action.
So
And
when
all of
did Strauss-Esme recommend it?
the date that they recommended it?
We get monthly communication from them saying these are the policies that you should review to bring them up to speed to meet state or federal changes in law.
Mr. Hall?
Yeah.
The executive order was on August
23rd,
23rd.
2021.
So it would be around or after that.
I don't know. I would just like for you to explain a little bit better what these are. I mean, these are huge, huge
Mrs.
policies
Cross,
you're
that's why we
instituting.
publish the minutes every month. So we do this in our executive committees.
Do you have the minutes? Because I didn't get to see the minutes you're approving tonight because they're not online. Tonight's minutes that you're approving are online from last month? What time did you put them up? What time did you put them up?
Just for clarification, you're commingling the term minutes. The minutes of the policy committee meeting, as well as the minutes of all the committee meetings, are attached to the agenda that is available online, as well as all the policies that are up for first and second reading. And if any changes are made to the policies, if anything is being removed, it is striked. And if anything is new, it would be in bold. But the minutes of last month's meeting aren't posted until such time as the Board of Education approves it. So
And they should be, because we used to have them ahead of time, and we could walk in and read them, and then we can
All right, Ms.
tell you
Cross,
when you did something
That's
wrong.
not part of the policy, that's
Yes.
up
Well,
for
it
public
was
comment.
part of the policy, and I guess you took it out. Just like when Mr. Smythe put up his illegal contract,
Ms.
he
Cross,
didn't highlight what
thi-
changes he made to himself.
This is about these policies right now.
Right.
The minutes are blank. There's nothing there. They're empty. It's a
No,
touch
it's
screen.
attached, it's attached.
Where?
Those are attached. those minutes are not there.
Those minutes are not.
Right.
These are the minutes. They're visible.
I know what you're talking about. My question was the minutes for the last meeting that he said.
Is there anybody else that has comments on the first reading of these policies? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment on that. Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Ms. Hodden?
Yes.
Mr. Krupa?
Yes.
Mr. Nasser?
Yes.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Yes.
Reading name. Mr. Sanfilippo, yes? Ms. Stites?
Yes.
Mr. Wondrak? Yes. Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Mr. Adnezio?
Yes. Thank you. This time, could I have a motion for the second reading of policy 2467, 5111, 5116, 7432, and regulation 7432?
I can grant that motion.
Motion, Mrs. Hodnett. Second, Mr. Wondrak. At this time, we will open it up for a public hearing on these policies.
These ones in particular really stand out. Segregate parents or resource family parents, eligibility of resident and non-resident students, education of homeless children, and eye protection. Eye protection, I'm just wondering if somebody got injured in the eye. I did hear somebody fell outside and got really hurt outside the high school. That was a vendor. But I just think that really stands out. Education of homeless. That was adopted in 2009, and I'm just wondering, did Strauss Esme just tell you, Ms. Hodnett, that you needed to update the homeless policy?
You should direct your questions to the board president.
Okay. Mr. Adonizio, can you answer that, please?
I can, yes. They send us monthly updates, as Mr. Hall mentioned, and when they come before us, that's when the policy committee reviews them and makes changes if necessary, and they come with changes, and if we need to add anything or take anything out.
So Strauss Esme, you're saying, said that one. Eligibility of resident and non-resident students. You put in bold, if the district of the residents cannot be determined according to the criteria contained in NJSA, do we have students that are going to this school district that we're not sure where they actually live? Because you got a big, bold paragraph here, and that, it's been here a while. So I'm wondering, did Strauss Esme just get to you this month and tell you needed to update that? Or does it have to do with something going on in the school right now? Because I know we have asked this question before. You know, I would just like to know if everybody that's on the football team, the soccer team, the Business and Finance Academy, the Fine Arts Program, if everybody lives in town, pays their taxes, or pays tuition, or they go for free. Because I do see on other school agendas, if somebody goes for free, they put it on there. So I think another parent did ask that at the last meeting, and we did not get any response from you. So it's very easy to go out and start asking for where people live. You get 2 phone bills, driver's license, all that. I see bills and bills and bills, attorney bills on residency issues. It's got to stop. We cannot afford to have these types of things in here, putting in paragraphs. We can't figure out where people live. So, and then, I don't know, surrogate parents and resource family parents, and then eye protection. I don't know, did something happen? Somebody got hurt in the eye? I just think these ones really stood out for the second reading. So I'm guessing you could post tomorrow your letter from Strauss Esme on all these and make it nice and simple.
There is no letter. It's the actual policy that's in your hand. That's
I know.
what they send
You're
us.
saying Strauss Esme tells you to make these changes. I'd like to know when Strauss Esme
No,
told you to make these changes.
Strauss Esme, they send us the policy that you get. If it has lines through it to take out language, and I believe the new things they're adding are in bold.
Yes.
Can
And
I-
Mr. Adonizio?
Can I comment, Mr. President?
Yes.
All right. Let me clear this up because it's a logistics question. It's a decent question. So if you look at the policy itself, you're going to see a little M next to it. That M means mandated. In other words, it was mandated by the state that we need to change it. If you look at the language that's in bold or the changes that are made at it, and then go all the way down to the bottom where the citations are in bold, it will tell you the section of law that changed that required that update.
I know.
So-
I'm just wondering when you got that update. Did you get it this month? Did you
It-
get it last month? That's all. Do you get them every month, and that's when you put them
We
in?
answered that.
We get them
every month.
monthly, but there's a lag because it has to be discussed in committee first,
All right,
and then it
just-
goes
just
to
making sure
the
that
first
you're not
reading,
putting
and then
them
it
in
goes
for a
to the second
particular
reading.
reason.
So there's a process.
Okay. And then I still did not understand what is happening with this $40,000 with the Asbury Park School District. Are we sending people to Asbury, or is Asbury sending people here? Are we splitting the 40,000?
That's not
Are
on
our
this
buses
policy,
paying the
Ms.
40,000?
Cross. That is not part of this policy.
I know, but you
Mr.
didn't
Smythe
answer the
answered
question.
it. No.
He didn't answer it. Did
Yes, he
anybody
did
understand
answer
what
it.
Mr. Smythe said? No. No? Anybody?
No.
No. Nobody
right.
undered.
Ms. Cross,
Are
that
we
is not part
sending
of this.
children to
Okay, Ms.
Asbury,
Cross,
or is
thank you.
Asbury
Your time
sending
is up, Ms.
children
Cross.
here?
Your time is up. Thank you. My clock is running on my computer, so thank
Right. You should really answer the question. $40,000
Ms.
is
Cross,
a lot
Mr.
of money.
Smythe went through it and explained
And he
exactly
didn't-
what
no,
it was.
No, he didn't explain it.
Well, you didn't listen.
So, Ralph, is this child going here or to Asbury, to school?
Ms. Cross, he explained it. Thank
Do
you.
you,
Your time is
you
up,
must
Ms.
not know
Cross.
the answer.
No, I do know the answer, Ms.
What's the
Cross, but I'm not going
answer?
to play the game you're playing. Thank
That's
you. Your
not a
time is
game,
up.
it's a question.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to comment on these policies? Seeing none, we will close public comment on these
Mr. President,
Yes.
as the policy chair, could I just quickly address 2 points real
Absolutely.
quick
Yes,
here?
go ahead.
Ms. Cross just brought up 2 policies. I just wanted to quickly go over them. The surrogate parents and resource family parents, that policy basically changed in the world we live in now. They changed the words foster parents to resource family parent. So we have to go in, as mandated by the state, to go into our policy and change the word foster parent and change it to resource family parent. That's what we have to do. That's the change in that policy. Okay? We don't go through every policy ourselves. Strauss Esme is our provider. They do this stuff. Anytime that there's any changes in state law or federal law, they send us a bulletin, and it has anywhere from 3, 4, 5, sometimes maybe up to, 10 policies on the list that says, hey, there's some small changes you have to change. Sometimes it's just as simple as, like I just said, just changing words, student to pupil or pupil to student, whatever the new terminology is now that we're supposed to use. And then as far as the eye protection that she references, it just deals with a new state law that said that the district must provide eye protection devices where appropriate. Well, I think, again, we talked about this in committee. We were already doing that. But again, we were required to look at the policy, make sure that we said it specifically. If you're in workshop or anywhere around equipment, you have to wear glasses. And we had to make sure that that policy was up to date with state law. So those are the kinds of things that these policy stuff does. It's boring, and it's not a very flashy committee, but you're not talking about changing the world here. Most of this stuff is just very basic, changing terminology or just updating a few things. So again, I look forward to working with Ms. Cross when she's on the board, maybe perhaps on the policy committee with me, and we can get through these and make make the policies more to her liking.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Yes, and Ms. Cross, please put your mask on. You're the only one in the audience not doing it. Thank you. Dr. Handrian?
Yes, Mr. Addonizio, I would like to address the residency concerns. I will tell you that residency is very, and ensuring residency of Wall Township students is a priority of the school district. There are mechanisms in place to verify residents. We also, with respect to homeless, it is a very laid out prescriptive process that the school districts must follow in the event a student is deemed homeless by the state of New Jersey. And we need to have policies to support these students. And these policies are updated as needed per Strauss Esme. We've used the term Strauss Esme a lot this evening, and I'd like to just provide the public some context that it is It's a service that the district subscribes to so that when there's changes to different laws, there's new requirements, school districts that subscribe, they, Strauss Esme makes the necessary adjustments to the policy and indicates whether they're mandated, whether they are recommended, and this information is shared with school districts. And oftentimes it is bunched in sometimes 1 or 2 months, 3 months. So it is about reviewing the policy, it is about certainly identifying mandated ones, and it is about monitoring and balancing the amount of policy revisions that are appropriate at that time. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. And just, you know, one of the things that we sometimes don't talk about is the unfortunate happenings of sometimes when children do become homeless, their families are considered homeless, where a student that was enrolled in the Wall Township schools maybe now, for whatever reason, has to move to Howell or Freehold or Eatontown. Can you just give the audience a little background on how the district is responsible for that student, even though they live in another town?
Yes, in New Jersey, if a student is attending Wall Township schools or perhaps Howell schools or Toms River, and a student becomes, and their family becomes homeless. So if a student meets the criteria for homelessness, we would be the last district of residence. So therefore, we're responsible to either transport the child to and from Wall Township schools from where they're domiciled temporarily, and I would like to stress that that is rooted in trying to provide students with the least amount of disruption to their education, despite having a home life that is substantially disrupted at that time.
Yes, it's unfortunately very unfortunate, and it seems like it happens too often. Okay. This time, could I have a motion for... Oh, I'm sorry.
You already have a motion. You want a roll call?
Oh, yes,
on
I'm sorry.
Policy?
Yes, roll call, please.
Mr. Krupa?
Yes.
Mr. Nasser?
Yes.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Yes.
Ms. Stites?
Yes.
Mr. Wondrak? Yes. Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Hodnett?
Yes.
Mr. Adenisi?
Yes. This time, I'll ask for a motion for approval of the consent agenda for 13, 14, and 15 on our agenda.
Well, and if I can, for clarification, it's item 12, which is the
Sorry.
approval of consent agenda, which would include all items on the agenda that are identified as consent agenda,
Yes, thank you.
which I think you correctly named as 13, 14, and 15.
Yes. Could I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Motion, Mr. Nasser. Could I have a second?
I'll second.
Second, Mrs. Hodnett. Any questions, discussions? Yes, Mr. Krupa.
I'm just not familiar with what E is under 13. Are we, that's part of this, am I asking at the right time?
Yes, that's...
Okay.
That, Mr. Nasser, would you like to?
Yes, that was detailed in our F&F committee. This is for the public relations consultant to help us communicate better with our community. Honestly, I think we need it. We came to that consensus in committee. If somebody feels differently, we need professional help. So this is going to help do that.
Is that?
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Smythe? Oh.
And before I do, just for further clarification with regard to item 15H, the jointure with Asbury Park School District. The jointure is, it's an agreement between us and Asbury Park Board of Education for the Wall Township School District to transport or be responsible for the transportation of 2 students from where they're residing temporarily in Wall Township to Asbury Park Schools. And the agreement is that they will reimburse the school district. They will reimburse Wall Township. So Asbury Park Board of Education will be paying Wall Township Board of Education to transport 2 Asbury Park students that are currently residing in Wall Township temporarily, because they've been placed in Wall Township, and we will be transporting them to Asbury Park. And that arrangement is required by law.
And when is it starting?
Thank you, Mr. Smythe.
For $40,000.
Thank you. Motion second.
Again, just for clarification, the district is not spending $40,000. Asbury Park Board of Education is paying Wall Township Schools $40,000 or whatever the exact amount.
Okay, Ms. Cross, please stop yelling out. Ms. Cross, you've been warned several times. And the explanation was given twice, and it's not our fault she doesn't want to listen to it.
No, the second time was much more clear than the first
Right.
time.
Please don't yell out. Please don't yell out.
Because you're not being fair.
No, we are being fair, but a business meeting is run professionally. Yelling out is not it. All right. Mr. Smythe, can we have a roll call, please?
Work will pay you $40,000 with no date.
Mr. Nasser?
Is that for a day, a week?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Cross,
Mr. Sanfilippo?
put your mask up.
Say yes? Sorry, dude. Ms. Stites?
Yes.
Mr. Wondrak? Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Hodnett?
Yes.
Mr. Krupa?
Yes.
Mr. Adnesi?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Time for public comment on any school-related issue.
President,
Yes,
Mr.
Mr.
Pre-
Krupa.
part of the motion that we just passed was for the approval of travel and development expenses, which deals with professional development. Am I correct with that?
Yes.
I think it's important because it is a concern that we continue our efforts to dealing with mental health issues and social emotional learning, and it's important to note that on this particular agenda there is funding for social emotional learning, teacher ongoing training. It looks to me, is that the number of participants, Dr. Handerhan, 160 monthly, or is that referencing something else? Let's see. So would that also be the training of mental health first aid? Is that?
Partially, yes.
Partially for that. So that's the K-5 teachers. So I just want to thank you for making sure that that continues to go on and that it will lead to increased skill development for the teachers and staff and assisting our students. And I see that that money is coming from the ESSER grant, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. Good evening. Just your name for the record, please.
Okay. My name is Michelle Sikowski. I'm a Wall resident, and I have 3 children in the school district. I have 2 at the high school and 1 at the middle school. I'm not here tonight to, yell at you guys, or be disrespectful in any way, or, to tell you that you're doing a bad job. I know you have a hard job. You have to make a lot of people happy. I wouldn't want your job, okay? But I'm here tonight really just to say that I don't feel like you guys are fighting hard enough for our kids in this district to get some of these COVID rules, a lot of them that don't make sense about the masks and the quarantining, and they're not, consistent. I don't feel like you're fighting hard enough for our kids. And I know a lot of the parents here, feel the same. I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's because maybe you accepted money from the state or whatever, and you have to follow certain rules in order to spend that money. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's because maybe you've grown complacent in your positions and it's easier to just say, we have to do what the CDC says, we have to do what the governor says, we have to do this and we have to do that. Our hands are tied. I don't know. Maybe Maybe it's because you really don't empathize with us enough. I don't know. Maybe you're not all parents. I know it's not a prerequisite to be a parent to be on, the board, but maybe you're not a parent and you're not living, what we're living with at home with kids in the school district. But we see it on the news. We read it in the newspaper. Other districts are fighting hard for their kids to change the quarantine rules, to change the masking rules. Not all districts, I know, okay? Pennsylvania just changed, their masking guidelines. As of yesterday, not to name all of them, but as of yesterday, Middletown, their district fought hard for them, and it's not mandatory for students who were supposedly exposed that they have to quarantine. It's not mandatory now, it's voluntary, okay? And I know all the schools are different. Some have higher rates, some have lower rates. I get it, okay? But we see the changes in other districts, and we want you guys to fight for us. I don't know, maybe you don't have the fire in you anymore to want to do it, or maybe you're not a parent and you don't understand what we're going through, but where's the fight that we see in the other districts? Because I guarantee you, if you had a child at home crying because they have to miss 2 weeks of school and they're in honors classes, and they're in, they love school and they love getting good grades. It's important to them. And you spent $20 on rapid tests. You took them to get, 2 PCR tests. Doesn't matter. Some schools, it's mandatory 2 weeks, and you know that. So unless you have that kid crying in your face, then you don't know what it feels like. My time's running out, and I want to make sure I cover everything here. The rules are inconsistent between the Wall Middle School and the Wall High School. They're completely different rules. 2 schools, 2 miles apart, same school district. And, with the vaccination, the vaccinated kids are allowed to go right back to school after the supposed exposure. Now, all news channels, whether it's your fake news channel, fake news, real news, whatever news you listen to, all of them acknowledge the fact that vaccinated people can spread it and get it. It's a fact. Okay? The other thing I want to touch on real quick that nobody says about is the stress that it's causing these children. We got kids ready to take the SATs. I'm paying for a tutor because my kid's out of school for 2 weeks and missing class. You don't know the stress that it's causing these young people who are supposed to be having fun and socializing, and it's always interrupted. I know middle schoolers and high schoolers that are devastated, my kids being one of them, that they're missing class. And the other thing I want to say is that when a student is supposedly exposed and they have to quarantine, they have to do their work virtually. Now, the teachers, I know, are busting their butts. I can't imagine teaching a class that's right in front of me and teaching the class that's, right there on the computer. But the students that have to work virtually from home, they're only getting probably, I want to say, I'm making this number up, 10 to 40% actual instruction because they're virtual. I've had kids tell me that when they're home because they're supposedly exposed,
Your
that
time
the
is up.
teacher just tell them that they, here's the assignment. I have to do this over here. And it's not the teacher's fault. They're strapped for time and resources.
All right, thank you. Your time is up.
It's not fair to the students or to the teachers. You guys, you need to do what other school districts are doing and fight for us. Because they're looking at us and they're laughing at us. I have friends
All right.
say to me, what's wrong
All
with
right,
your
ma'am,
school district?
your time is up. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cameron Murphy. I'm currently a senior at Wall High School. I'm here today as a representative for the student body. For the past few months, I have been able to work alongside the school to implement more mental health resources that should have been here in the first place. Since the death of a fellow student, along with the incident now making national headlines, we have been able to implement suicide hotlines, QR codes that link you to resources, guidance finally making a conscious effort to reach out, and making students aware of a mental health counselor that I didn't even know existed until I was forced to talk to them about what was going on. But I'm not here to tell you everything that the students have done that was supposed to be your job. We already know that you're aware of the mistakes that you've made and the consequences I hope will come. I'm here to ask you what you are going to be doing going forward. So I want to cover a couple different things that I've thought about. First off, the teachers. When I was looking into all of this, the main thing that I found was that teachers are only required 2 hours every 5 years of mental health training to complete their 100 hours. Do you believe that this is enough for the teachers? And will you be implementing more going forward after all of this has happened? Because based off my experience, after you have denied the fact to allow the teachers to allow the school even to give that student a moment of silence or anything, my teacher laughed and called the paper that you guys gave her weird and awkward. Another teacher called suicide selfish, and another teacher told her student that she did not want to read the paper. You tell us that we're your top priority and you care about our health, but why did it take a death with multiple meetings with administration for my principal to show some sort of remorse about the situation, yet has still refused to meet with us after that has been our only demand after more than, I'd say, 4 meetings so far? Which brings me to my next question. Is Sergio here tonight? Because I would love to speak with her. I would love for her to hear me what I'm saying. And this has been the case. And again, we have had over 4 meetings with administration, and our only demand was to meet with Ms. Sergio, and she has refused. Secondly, I'd like to go over the younger grades. Again, after having multiple meetings with the school, Sergio has finally sent out an email, at least to the senior class, with resources. Has she done this with any of the other grades in the high school? And are the middle schoolers and elementary schoolers learning about mental health and ways to reach out for help? And how are you going to implement this into our schooling going forward, if so? Because these issues do not just start in high school. Oh, I found out, at least recently, that apparently we had a mental health meeting our freshman year. I don't remember any of that. I am going into college, one of the most stressful times in most people's lives. I'm moving across the country. And to be told that I'm not given a meeting about mental health, I'm the one who needs it. Everyone needs it. And again, for it to only happen freshman year and then never again, does that seem right to you guys? Third off, I would like to talk about what you're going to be doing working with the kids going forward. Now that I am leaving the school, I can't be an advocate for the kids going forward. So I'd like to know, what are you going to do to use your position to make sure that this happens going forward and that students are continuing to be advocates? One thing that I have in mind that may work would be having the teachers to vote on students that they believe would be the best to work alongside the school. Every school is supposed to have a crisis team. Alongside that crisis team is 2 student advocates. Our school has failed to offer that, nor have I ever heard of an opportunity to become one. So how are you going to use your role to make these mandatory? And finally, I'd like to talk about what you have been teaching these kids from a young age. These issues do not just appear over time. They are taught, they are formed, and they have been nurtured and created by a culture that this school has created within us. We have told the students that they will not get caught based off their status, that the school will turn away for the kids that need help. I've seen boys that have harassed me, as well as multiple other girls going back to 6th grade, walk through these halls clean. There have been so many girls that have gone to you and said, I am being harassed, I need help, and the school has done nothing. It has taken it to this extreme for the school to even bat an eye at the situation. So how will you be implementing change for the younger generations to make sure problematic kids such as these are caught early on, that this behavior is not continued throughout their years? And again, all of these kids that have gotten in trouble in recent time, I can say for a fact have been problems since day one. I have watched their behavioral issues. I have watched what they have put these kids through, and the school, again, has done nothing. So, with everything going on in the past few months, along with the stories shared at the previous meetings, and my own experience, K through 12 of this school, I can say I am disappointed to be a part of this. And I am disappointed in all of you, and I hope that you all resign, specifically Ms. Sergio. I do not want to see her again. So, thank you.
Hello, my name is Rhiannon Ryan. I am also a student at the school. I'm going to start by saying I was not prepared to speak today. I wasn't thinking I was going to be speaking at all. But, yes, I am actually appalled by your behavior specifically. I think it's disgusting that you are yelling at people who are concerned about the school district because it is obviously clear that this school district needs some reforming. I personally am terrified to go to school now. It's scary to walk through these hallways knowing that there are people that are being assaulted, that there are assaulters here, that there are shooting threats. It's ridiculous. I'm terrified. I want to have pride in my school, in my community. There is no sense of community here. I have been to every single one of these meetings that my friend Cameron is talking about. And it is a shame that we had to organize these meetings. I was one of the first people to walk up into the guidance office. He was the, what's his name? Mr. Tarrenton, Cameron? Tarrenton? Looked terrified of us. He was not expecting there to be 14 kids that showed up. He was expecting maybe 2 to 3. There was a death in our school. One of us is dead. It is because there are no resources here at Wall. If you go onto any other school district's website, you can go and you can find mental health resources very quickly. You go onto Wall, none on the website. You go to the guidance office, they call your parents. There is no support here for kids who don't have support at home. That is ridiculous. The child who took his own life, who was in my grade, was part of the spectrum, and I think that you guys really need to look and reform about how you treat the kids who are on the spectrum, first of all. You do have a relatively good organization, or like whatever you have, but for the kids who are higher functioning, there's nothing. They're often not given aids when they need to. Like, there's nothing for them. To continue, I have also never seen Miss Sergio in my life. I've gone here for 3 years. I transferred here after my freshman year. I have never seen her face. Never. That, I think, is ridiculous. I have been to these meetings. We have asked multiple times for Miss Sergio to make an appearance. She has not. She's not here tonight. She was not here at the last board meeting. Where is she? She doesn't. That hurts. As a student who goes here who wants to have pride in my community and in my school, it hurts to know that I have never seen my principal. I have never seen who's supposed to be the face of our school, who's supposed to be a face in our community. I've never seen her in my life. I want to circle back to what you said over here, blonde lady. I don't really know what your name is. No, not her, this one.
Dr. Handerhan, superintendent.
Yes, Dr. Handerhan. You said the mental health of our students is at the utmost important to us. That has to be a lie. Never once have I ever been talking to about mental health. I missed the assembly freshman year because I didn't go here. Never once has a teacher asked me if I was okay. Until the death of a classmate. It should not take a death of a classmate for my teachers to ask if I'm okay. It should not take a death of a classmate for there to be resources posted. It should not take a death of a classmate for there to be resources in the bathrooms, on the walls. When my friend and I went around and put resources on the walls, they were torn down. When I asked why, it was because they were not approved. I understand that. However, when I asked, "Did you look up the number?" he said yes. When I asked, "Was the number real? Was it a joke?" he said, "No, it was not a joke." When I asked why he took them down again, He did not give me an answer. That's gross. You guys need to be paying attention to the mental health of your students because obviously one of us is gone. Obviously you have a whole scandal going on. There's no one here right now. There's no crisis team for that. What about all the other kids who were assaulted that you don't know of yet? That's all I have to say.
Joseph DeLuca. Joseph DeLuca. Just one thing. The senior athletes that missed their final season, end of their season, that had nothing to do with what happened, they're going to remember that for the rest of their life. I don't know who made that decision. If the person that made that decision is sitting in front of us here tonight, I would like to hear a response why that decision was made. They're going to remember that they missed their final game, Thanksgiving Day game, or something like that. The president of the board here is on, I think, is he on the sewerage committee? He's on a lot of committees.
That's a paid job that he's on.
And he can't devote 100% to this. We hire a superintendent from Fairhaven Rumson School System. The president of the board and the superintendent should resign. You're the leader of the ship. You're the leader of the ship. In the Navy, the guy was out. You're the commander. Now I understand in the high school you have a principal, 2 vice principals. The athletic director's gone. Well, he's on paid leave. It's you pick the small guy. The buck stops with you. You're the superintendent. Back to Fairhaven Rumson if they want you. The board should, right now, fire her tonight. There's the captain of the ship. She's responsible, not that athletic director, because she didn't do her third. If they're saying they don't see the principal, who's commanding the principal is the superintendent or her assistant. She has an assistant. How many assistant superintendents do we have? Can I someone raise their fingers? 1. So that person's not doing their job either. I mean, it's just unbelievable. This is going to cost the taxpayers $10 million. This lawsuit, the lawyers are thriving. They're lowering their rate. It's a home run. It's a grand slam. It's unbelievable. I think you're a board member. You're a board member, board member, board member. You have to get rid of her. And the president has to go. Simple. Simple math. The captains of the ship got to go. They did not do their job. If I mess up, they fire me, right? They messed up. You're sitting there. You got to hear this stuff. You all volunteered for the position. You ran for the election. So you got to do the right thing. As far as the financing, you're saying, banks do overnight investments. There's a guy that works overnight investments. Your $20 million is getting invested at night while you're sleeping. Yeah. How much money did we lose? When did we figure it out? We're paying professionals. They're not doing their job, but that's all right. Pay them. Right. Don't shake your head. It's the truth. There's overnight investments. All our money that's in the banks invested at night. We're sleeping. Other parts of the world are open. They send it over there. It makes money. Okay? So I want to know, you still didn't answer the question, how many months or how many quarters did it go on before you figured out, get a bank that doesn't charge us these fees and make some money? Okay? So no one's doing their job. Just get a paycheck, ha-da-da-da-da, get a paycheck. The king of paychecks, Adonisio. Okay? So it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. The flag is on the wall.
Thank you. Your time is up.
We spend over
Your time is up,
$100
sir.
million.
Your number is incorrect.
98 million.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Turn off the mic. You could say, Mr. DeLuca, your time is up. Not just your time is up. I'm not a punk on the street. You're talking to an adult.
I said thank you. Your time is up.
No, you didn't. You said your time is up.
Okay, your time is up.
Your time is up, Ralph.
Is there anybody else for public comment?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Melanie Cortese, Wall Township. I have avoided approaching this podium and enduring this blank-faced stare ahead of me for months, and I'd like to offer my thanks to all who have previously done so on behalf of my children. I have watched all the meetings, and I am discouraged that all that passion and honesty and pleading has not resulted in direction or leadership in most any of these crisis situations, multiple. I've heard shaky voices, as I'm sure mine is now and will continue to be, seen tears up here and heard parents try to find the words that will result in change. This is an intimidating podium. And I know you all just thought, well, it's not easy to sit here either. Of course it's not, but you wanted to be there. You had a reason to be a change maker in the Wall School District, if I give you the benefit of the doubt, which I will. We are doing our jobs as parents, advocating for our children. Who are you doing your job for? We have been told, if you think we don't care about your kids, you're crazy. Well, your collective actions have led to our children suffering, and they are in crisis. This may sound dramatic, but it isn't untrue. You just heard from two of them. When the passion and the desperation of their parents heard at this podium is answered with, this is written down, folks, true story, thank you. Is anybody else for public comment? It's defeating and infuriating. It does nothing to help quell the anger and vitriol spreading throughout this community. Yes, this forum is not a Q&A. We understand that. But parents have stood here asking for town halls, responses to emails, consistent communication from the superintendent, and it is the same over and over, no results. Parents are speaking for their children. There is nothing more important as a parent. When a someone or a group of someone's negatively affects your child physically, emotionally, or mentally, then ignores your emails or says, my hands are tied. You tell me as a parent what our reaction should be. My children never had a full day of school last year. My then sophomore stumbled through 3 hands-on classes with an every other day in-person schedule, half days. This was devastating to her, emotionally and academically. You, as leaders, did not value her education enough to give her a chance, no chance, at a full-day schedule. Now, my 6th grade son is in a mandatory 14-day quarantine to finish out the calendar year. Again, devastating to be excluded from collaborating with classmates, seeking help and reassurance from teachers, and just generally being a kid in school. And for the response to questions about intermediate being half-day virtual, to get that response, well, the instructional time of a half-day is the same as a full day, tells me that some of our educators and our leaders here do not share the same definition of school as I do and are listening to voices that are louder than parents. Mr. Adonisio, you made big news this summer asking for home rule in masking. I spent hours last week researching quarantine procedures in other Monmouth County districts. You've all been emailed by me, and by my count, dozens of other parents as well, asking for changes to our procedures with links to relevant documents. I found you home rule for quarantine right from the desk of the county superintendent, Dr. Richens. Will you ensure we utilize it? When I inquired to Dr. Richens about the no in-class quarantine procedure in Rumson, the same was just last night adopted in Middletown. His email response to me said, and I quote, "I realize that some districts have chosen not to follow these recommendations and are now developing their own policies and guidance regarding student quarantining." Period. That's it. If you call his office, his very nice assistant will read you a statement that includes the line, "Local districts are not mandated to follow these recommendations," meaning the Department of Health. We have an opening. We have a way to safely return these exposed students to class, not the 14-day, because apparently that's Department of Health, but the standard 10-day. We have a way. The truth, the hard, undeniable truth, is you all refuse to do it, and we need to know why. Why do we continue to hear these things that just can't happen in Wall? The only trying is coming from Mr. Nasser, who has given up a lot of his time recently to open a dialogue with parents, for which we are very grateful. We need more of you to step up. Who or what is holding you back? So to our leaders, if you aren't willing to be part of the solution, I respectfully ask you to remove yourself as a decision maker. If you're being influenced by groups that don't put students first, I respectfully ask you to be honest with the public about who you represent. Why are you up there? If you're not prepared to help our community heal and listen and consider all stakeholders, I respectfully ask you to step aside. If you are being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to make good decisions, yet are fearful to do so, I call for you to resign immediately. Lead with integrity, passion, honesty, and transparency without making excuses. We simply cannot accept anything less any longer. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know how I can follow those things. Dave Frick, Wall Township. First off, to the young ladies who spoke, I want to give them a very, very big bone of credit. Took a lot of guts for them to get up here. Took a lot of guts for them to get up here. Over the last few months, multiple incidents have occurred in the high school where communication has gone out from either Dr. Handerhan or Ms. Sergio. And while the communication to parents has been necessary, I have a concern. And that is that nothing, absolutely nothing, has gone out to all the students. I heard tonight that there might have been something went out to seniors, but nothing has gone out to all the students. Nothing about the death of a student, nothing about the hazing incident, nothing about anything else. The kids heard about these things through word of mouth or by showing up to school in the morning and finding News 12 sitting across the street at the pizza place. The mission of the Wall Township Schools is to empower, okay? Emphasizing that word, empower. Empower all students to lead lives of fulfillment and purpose by providing a safe, comprehensive, and caring educational environment that will enable students to achieve their unique potential academically, socially, and emotionally. Our students will become confident, creative, and critical thinkers who communicate effectively and engage meaningfully as responsible members of a global society. Does that sound like not communicating with students? I don't think it does. If we're trying to raise and educate young adults who are self-advocates and who are indeed confident, creative, and critical thinkers, why are they not included in the communication? Why was there not a word sent out by Ms. Sergio to the students? Why did that not happen in any of the incidents that occurred? The students are the ones that are directly and most individually impacted. I would submit that while communicating with parents is necessary, and I'm thankful for it, a larger and more necessary communication would be to the young adults in the school. The fact that I had to forward the email, or emails in a lot of cases, from the administrators of our district to my student as a sophomore is contrary to the mission of our district. Also, how does keeping the kids in the dark, relying on rumors, how does that add to their social emotional learning? I'm a counselor, and I got to be honest with you, I don't see how it does in any way, shape, or form. My suggestion No, my demand as a parent is that you start communicating with the students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lynn Massone, Wall Township. I did not prepare anything today. I wasn't planning on this, but one thing that has just come to mind as I'm listening to the two young students and some of the parents, what frustrates me so much in the midst of having, you know, all this information about the bullying that's going on in Wall Township, the history that's been this negative history that I'm learning about, the possibility of sexual assault happening in these hallways, a suicide. I mean, my children aren't in the high school yet. They're middle school and elementary. It scares me half to death to think that they'd come here at this point. And while all this is happening, what are we worried about? We're quarantining healthy children from school. We worry about if their masks are above their nose. We're worrying about, well, are you vaccinated? Well, no. And now, within the midst of a huge bullying, hazing scandal, we want to pit kids against each other. Oh, well, they're vaccinated. They can go to school. Oh, they're unvaccinated. Their parents didn't vaccinate them. They can't go to school. They have to stay home. So now you have yet another reason to separate the children, to pit them against each other. And it's really sad. We need to stop the nonsense contact tracing. My son is at home for 2 weeks, perfectly healthy. He was supposedly exposed on the bus. But his friend, who sits in between the kid who had it and him, is not quarantined. Now, how'd they figure that one out? So you spend so much time on this ridiculous contact tracing, and you're not spending time on the mental health of these kids, on their education. And it's really, really exhausting. It is so exhausting as a parent to watch this. And you guys need to do better. And again, I've emailed Tracy, I've emailed the principal. I know your hands are tied, your hands are tied, your hands are tied. But again, we just got word that Middletown, volunteer quarantining, no more contact tracing. You can get noticed like the olden days when we get papers. Oh, your child's been exposed to strep throat. Oh, your child's been exposed to the flu. Somebody with Coxsackie disease was in your class. Then we as parents can make the decision of what we should do and to just, be aware. And if they start to get a little sick, we keep them home. But this has got to stop. You got to get your priorities in straight. Kids are being bullied, kids are hazing, kids are having breakdowns, their parents are having breakdowns in front of them. You need to do better. Get back to education, get back to getting these kids socializing properly and growing emotionally and mentally. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't mean to speak tonight, but I came out of
Just
a
your name
holiday
for the
party.
record,
My
please.
name is Samantha Ignatowicz. I have 2 kids in Wall Intermediate and one in Old Middle School. I'm here because of all the ridiculous discrimination. Sorry, English was my second language, so I'm going to just slow down a little bit. I'm not happy with any of you. I'm sorry. I have a friend on the board, and Adam has been very helpful to us. But you guys are not doing your job. I'm sorry. You guys are discriminating these kids with vaccinated versus unvaccinated. And these schools are calling us with errors, and the bus thing, the lunch thing, all of it. Come on. Spend your time teaching the kids the contact tracing, all the crap. I'm sorry. How long is it going to go on? COVID is going to stay, okay? It's going to stay. And how long are you going to do this to us? How many times we have to go through this? Kids are already behind with school. How long do we have to do this in order to get to where you want to go? And I find out that this is not about kids, it's about your protection to the district. What are you protecting? I'll tell you what, we can hire a lawyer and get to you and protect the unvaccinated kids that you are discriminating and get to you too. And that's our money too, and I don't want to do that. But you're protecting the ones that are vaccinated. What is it becoming? Dividing everybody. And my kids, you know, you almost quarantine my child who was not even in the category, and I had to fight for it. You know what? The kids are crying. They want to be at the orchestra. They want to be at the sports. And today, I had to tell my eldest not to go to the sports. You know why? You are tracking down everybody beyond your school. Everybody. If they go to middle school, they cannot do anything right now because you're going to track them down. All the way to field hockey, everything. I had to tell my eldest not to go. You know why? She wants to play in an orchestra on the 22nd. So she has to stay home today. She cannot go and help her players because she wants to be at the orchestra. So I'm just begging you, do your job. Please don't punish these kids. Mask doesn't work. You told the bus riders, oh, you know what? You even have your mask on. You're not 3 feet away. Stay home. Like, what is this becoming? Well, what about the kids way in the back of the bus? They had to quarantine too because of the 3 feet rule doesn't apply to them. It's inconsistent in everything you're doing. Can you just think about these kids with your heart instead of the money and protecting yourself? I mean, come on. It's enough, it's enough. The mask, all of this. It's disappointing to the district is very disappointing. Oh, I have 2 more minutes left. And this paper is for the changing of the quarantine rule. I'm bringing to the Dr. Hanahan because she doesn't respond to our email, so I thought that I sent it with the paper so she has it in her hand. I'm not being sarcastic, but I'm just being truthful. I don't know what you guys do every day for this, for us. I don't know. It's disappointing. I have kids. I never thought I would be standing here. I never thought I would be doing this movement, whatever I'm doing, because I'm not that type of person. I'm all about fun, entertaining the kids, not about school, not about education. All the people that knows me know that. I am never meant to be here. I'm not made for this. I'm not made for this. My mother never told me to be this. And I'm here fighting for my children and the people I care, the kids that I seen around, including the one on the board, all of those people behind me, some of them. And I felt that they are my children's friends, and parents nag at me, complain to me, and those kids I care for. And there are errors around because everything's overwhelmed, and you guys are making all these errors. I'm sorry, I'm blubbering, whatever, but just do your job. If you can't do your job, quit and leave, please. I appreciate it. Thank you. Here is the paper for Dr. Henderson.
You can
So you have
just,
it in hand. So
you can
I
leave it
hand-
on that table right there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops.
Is there anybody else for public comment?
Mary Connors, Well Township. I spoke last meeting, and I spoke specifically, asked specific questions. I won't go over them again. I received no answers to any of my questions, but what I did receive is several notes in my mailbox, countless text messages, numerous phone calls and emails from parents thanking me for being their voice of their family and their students. They mentioned that what I had to say hit home. Some were parents of the recipients of the hazing, and I've never met them before, and they received my number and email from mutual friends saying that they're afraid to speak up to you. Your constituents are afraid of you. That's sad. They said they're afraid that there's going to be backlash on their students and their other children within their household if they speak up against Wall Township. That's even more sad. Some have mentioned to me that they are going to the Office of Civil Rights and they are going to file suit against you. That's more money. Some have mentioned that they have gone to the police and they have asked for documentation to back up their police report so they could go to the Office of Civil Rights, and they have not gotten their documentation. Our, what is it called? Office of Records is supposed to respond to these people, and you should take it more seriously if they want to go to the police department and get them their backup they need. I don't know these people. I wouldn't know them if I hit them with my car in the parking lot. But they called me because they're afraid of you. I don't know them. They're looking to me, a nobody, for help. You're on the board. You help them. You help their children. Why aren't you getting the letters in your mailboxes and notes stuck in your door? Why am I held with the responsibility, the guilt, and the shame that belongs to you? I don't want it anymore. Take it from me. Take it back, get them the information they need so they can file their police report and file suit against you, because it's their right. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Public comment?
Hi, Jessica Ludwig, Wall Township. I really don't have much to add other than I really want to back up everything that everyone has said here. We need to reassess the quarantine policy. It is absolutely ridiculous to be quarantining healthy kids. Let's weigh the benefits of doing that versus the health detriments to these kids' mental health. My son is at home again for 2 weeks. He was at home in the spring. He's an honors student. He's in accelerated classes. He needs to be in school. He's perfectly healthy, sitting at home behind a computer screen. It is detrimental to their academic success. It is detrimental to their mental health. And it just doesn't make sense. And by the way, let me just give you an example. And I sent everybody a letter yesterday. Hopefully you've read it. I haven't gotten any responses. But he was exposed on December 6th. I got a call yesterday. So he was already in school for half of his quarantine period. It took that long for me to get the call. I realize everybody's busy, but then why take him out of school now? Why? It's ridiculous. Like, let's use some common sense. I realize there are policies and procedures. Let's reevaluate these policies and procedures. They're not working. They're causing more harm than good. It's time, like everyone has said, for you guys to fight for our kids. Listen, I come to these meetings. People are not happy. Kids are suffering. And it's always the same. Always. Let's make some positive change. Let's get a good reputation for Wall Township. We're always in the news for bad things. We have a horrible reputation. Let's change the atmosphere. Let's change our reputation. Let's do good for our kids. Let's use common sense. Please, please fight for the kids.
Is there anybody else?
Betsy Cross, I live in Wall Township. I mean, I think you've heard all these people here tonight, and to have these students up here, I mean, that was what everybody needed to hear. I don't know what you people are doing. You're not doing your jobs, and it's time to go. We need to clean house with Tracy, Ralph, every board member. You all have to go. You've had time. It's not working out. It's like a marriage. We want to divorce you. Every single one of you. If anybody agrees, this is crazy. Brian Smythe, your time is up here. You are a terrible business administrator. We have plenty of stuff on you, and when I do go back into the prosecutor's office, I will bring it all back in whether they like it or not. I really don't care. Same thing. People are calling me, texting me, instant messaging me. The story after stories are heartbreaking. So these parents are going to go. They're going to go to the prosecutor's office, the attorney general. They're going to Trenton, and you are going to be sued like you have never been sued before. And I promise you that. And you went after my kid. I promise you. It has got to stop. Doesn't matter. You want to keep doing what you're doing, it's going to stop. You all have got to go. And maybe we get a petition together now and we get people to sign it, and we're going to ask you to resign before we get you out of here, because I think we have enough on every single one of you. And Adam, it's very nice that you just jumped in to now start answering questions after being on the board for a year and a half. I'm sorry, it's not good enough. It's not good enough for me. Because you demoed those trailers,
Excuse me, Ms.
you had
Cross.
the most experience.
Please direct your comments to the chair. Thank you.
He had the most experience, and he worked to help demo those trailers and cover up the corruption of kids in filthy, disgusting trailers. And mercury in the high school, teachers falling through the floor, the water damage, mold hidden in Central, the mold in Old Mill. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Cheryl Dyer's contract, hidden emails between Brian and Cheryl. So it's in my lawsuit. I am sick of it. I am so tired of it. And you have got to stop, because you are affecting way too many kids with your ridiculous rules you have right now. My son is over in another school district. They are not doing any of this nonsense. And do you know his high school principal is outside every single morning waving to those kids? And the superintendent is there probably 3 days a week. They know everybody over there, and they got 300 more kids over there. Your numbers are going down. You're going to need to start writing checks for kids to go elsewhere, because it is not safe here. It is not. And you heard it from these kids. And I hope it is on every news channel tonight. It was on NBC today. We got Channel 12 here. I hope it is all over. And I hope you were all embarrassed enough to finally resign and get out of here. Because until we get rid of all of you, one person on the board doing the right thing, which I would do, will do nothing. Because you got people like Joe making up nonsense that it's okay to not make money with $20 million in the bank. It's ridiculous. These poor kids have got to be in school. Stop this ridiculous contract tracing and bullying kids for not having their masks up, and get them back in there tomorrow. It's ridiculous. There's supposed to be these reports, these SS, Student Safety Data System reports. Brian Smythe is, of course, doing everything he can. You have to fill out a report that shows where the incident happened, if it's HIB, if it was in the building, outside of school, if a police report was filed. I want these reports. I want them all. And if it's personal information, you redact it. So, Attorney Miss Athena Cornell, I'd like you to get on this, because we are coming at you fast, and the lawsuits are going to be coming
Thank you,
one
Ms.
after
Cross.
the
Your
next.
time is up. Is there anybody else for public comment?
Hi. Kim Rubino, Wall Township. Okay, so there's a word, 2 letters that all moms hate in their life, and we learned it in the 80s in the DARE program. Just say no, right? Just say no. It's going to, I think it might just start to happen with parents, or it needs to happen, because there's a fine line of what we're trying to achieve. I mean, I'm in the health atmosphere. I don't think there's a public health crisis currently. I think I heard that as I was going down Route 18 to try to get to this meeting on my YouTube. Over my speakers, I just have to disagree with that, Dr. Handerhan. Public health crisis is scaring kids, so we can't have that attitude going in our schools. There's no crisis. This is the school, and we need to learn. And another thing that's very personal to me is I have a lot of good friends in this town, coaches, teachers, and they're struggling. Our teachers are being made out to be like they are not teaching, and they are the best people we have, and they have a gift, and they are forced to, again, on the computers, in the classroom. We can't, this is not appropriate anymore. They didn't go to college to do this. There's no college education to teach you how to do that, and it's not appropriate. And my heart breaks for them. My heart breaks for the kids at home. It's in the school. It's just all inappropriate. It was just 2 weeks, remember? Just 2 weeks. 2 years. 2 years. So we have to get to a point, because we have to stop condoning it and believing in this. We can do our own thing, because I do it every day, and I'm in the health field. If it's appropriate, it's appropriate. I'm not scared of the law. I'm not scared of being sued. I'm scared of not helping the person I'm there to help. And that's the kid that you're there to educate. So please, I just don't want to get to the point where we're on the phone with, I don't want to be that person to be on the phone with a school administrator or a nurse or someone, and I'm saying no. But it's going to get to that. Because I have a minor. There's no one to watch my child if he gets kicked out of school because he was 3 feet on the bus, and, he's sitting 5 kids deep in a 3-seater. I'm worried about seatbelts at this point, but that's neither here nor there. But it's just going to get to the point where we all just say no. And then what do we do? You just don't want to get to the point where we're going to add vaccines. And how do you distinguish between the childhood vaccines between, do you have your MMR? Do you have your polio? Do you have your Hib? Do you have your Tdap? Or is it just the COVID? That yellow vaccine card? There's no COVID slot on it yet. But we have to pay attention. Either we need to be across the board or nothing at all, because it's not fair. So don't get to the point where we have to say, no, my kid's going to come to school tomorrow, because that's what's going to happen, because there's going to be no other choice. And I hope you all understand there's no public health crisis, FYI.
Thank you. Is there anybody else for public comment this evening? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment. Dr. Handerhan, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I just wanted to address some of the concerns regarding mental health, and I did want to mention that we, and really shine a light on what some of my letters had already communicated, but that we are working with mental health consultants from various organizations, and they are working in the schools. They are also working with, different facets of the Wall Township community. They have met already in evening meetings with parents across the K-12 continuum. There are going to be extensive meetings because, there is absolutely a need to reflect upon our schools, but there's also a need to really take a temperature and reflect, certain aspects of our community. And obviously the goal is for us to be on the same page. At times, that is unfortunately not the case, and the goal is to get on the same page, and also to move forward in a spirit of respect. And we're all here for the purpose of the children, and that's something that I think gets lost in translation. Some people's definitions, they're different, and we need to focus on how we can dialogue and start to bridge these gaps. So that is what I did like to mention. And on a more granular note, our mental health resources are available on the website. They have been updated, and I do hope that people will utilize them. And they do certainly exist on our website. So thank you, Mr. Adonisio.
Dr. Hayner, I just had 2 questions from some notes I took. Someone had mentioned shooting threats. To my knowledge, there's never been a shooting threat in our school, correct?
That was the first that I have heard that this evening.
Okay. And
oh, that was not directed, Mr. Adonisio. That was an online, non-directed threat to Wall Township. Wall Township Police responded, and just to exercise an abundance of caution, because there was no indicated high school that was referenced. It was just a high school in general, and Wall Township was not alone in across local schools that we're examining, because it was a non-directed threat.
Okay, and then another thing that came up, 2 people kind of touched on it, and it's been talked about before and we've addressed it, but I feel it's necessary to address again. Money. People say that we've taken money and we're following different rules or doing different things based on money, and could you explain that, please?
Yes, there is no correlation to accepting state and federal funding related to the COVID, related to COVID funding, with our following the guidelines from the Department of Health, and also the recommendations of our school physician. So they are very much, they're 2 separate, non-overlapping domains, if you will. Our adherence to the guidelines is not predicated by the fact that we accepted funding.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Smythe, did you have anything that you wanted to address? Was there anything?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Any board members have anything?
I do.
Yes, Ms. Hudson.
I just wanted to, in response to Cameron, the student, for her advocacy at the high school and the efforts that she has. So one thing to know is that Wall is working on the Lifelines curriculum, and something that we've requested in curriculum and instruction is to have monthly updates on how this is being implemented from the elementary schools through the high schools. Not only supports for students, but how the staff and particularly the administration is involved in it. So that is something that every month it'll be part of curriculum and instruction, and we will keep an eye on how that's working out.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd
Yes.
like to say something and answer, yes, I have appeared on Facebook recently. I stayed off of it. I'm glad that I got back on. It wasn't necessarily my idea. I know Samantha started a conversation, and we may not see eye to eye on everything, but I think we all recognize that there needs to be discourse. There needs to be conversation. There needs to be an exchange of ideas, and creating a forum for that is difficult. This, unfortunately, is not the forum. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of discussion that needs to happen. I don't even know if a town hall is that type of forum. So, again, against the advice of our attorneys, who I respect their opinion on because they're an attorney. That discussion, we'll talk. We could talk after. That discussion needs to happen. And we're going to do it in the right form, and I hope that can continue to happen for everybody to see. But we need to remember this is a proceeding, and I understand there's a lot of emotion out there, but let's try to be respectful as much as we can. We understand that there's the stress. That's the one thing I've taken away in understanding. But when we speak as a group all together, we're not just representing you. We're representing the entire community. We need to know that piece of your lives so that we can take it into the equation that we make our decisions with. So I hope that that conversation can continue. I hope it does. I honestly have spent more time on Facebook in the past 3 days than I've probably done in the past 5 years. And yes, my wife is definitely not happy about that, but we'll take care of that. She's a wonderful person, but we need to continue that conversation. I look forward to continuing that conversation, and hopefully some positive change can come out of it. I'm hoping this PR firm can give us some guidance on how to use that to empower the people that are out there that feel like they haven't been. But it's not going to happen overnight. And the only thing I can ask for right now is just some patience. I know you've been patient enough, but that's just where we're at right now. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, I'd like to have a quick review of paragraph 12 of Executive Order 253, because you can't get around this. No matter what you do, stand on your head, do flips, you're not going to get around this. No municipality, county, or any other agency or political subdivision of this state shall enact or enforce any order, rule, regulation, ordinance, or resolution which will or might in any conflict with any way the provisions of this order, or which will might interfere or impede with its achievement. And this is signed by Philip D. Murphy, Governor. That is the legal standing of why we wear the masks and all the other stuff, whether I agree with it or not. I have no qualms with anybody said in this room. I agree with you 100%. You have to go after the governor.
Time for you to resign and get somebody else up there.
Anybody else have anything?
Resign tonight.
Ms. Cross, stop yelling out, please.
Be quiet, please.
All right.
When you're on the board, you can speak, Betsy.
At this
It's
time,
not
can I
your
have a
time.
motion to go back into
quiet.
executive session for letters A, D, G, and H?
I'll grant that motion.
Motion is on. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Second, Mr. Nazar. All in favor? Aye.
Can you
Okay.
answer why Middletown can do
We
it and
will-
Rumson can do it?
We will be
And
adjourning from
most of the
executive
parents
session.
that spoke tonight, that was the majority of their questions. Dr. Handerhan, how can you not address them? You're completely ignoring us. We sent dozens of emails, and you're completely ignoring us. You are not fostering dialogue between parents and the board. Please tell us why you cannot do it.